Oh, I didn't adjust the camera settings. Whatever, that's fine. Hello. We're live once more at still a temporary location for a decent amount longer, probably. We'll see how things continue to progress on that front. But greetings and salutations, everyone. Didn't really have a lot of time to figure out new stuff to hop into, so just figured we'd chill out with some comfy Tametsi for right now. Possible we switch over to something a little bit later in the stream, but we'll start with this anyway. I tried to put up a couple of extra foam buffers around the microphone that might make it echo a little bit less. Like, it's a big open room without, stuff on the walls and stuff, so there's not a whole lot I can do about that, but hopefully it sounds a little better than the past couple streams here. And I also removed the noise reduction because that was like specifically tuned to the old location, so it seemed like it might have been being over aggressive and like distorting my voice and stuff, but I don't know. I don't know if it is gonna make much difference, but I tried to make the voice sound a little bit better, and sneezing is never normal. I never sneeze. Greetings, Ketchup. I mean, that's how I've been pronouncing it. I can't say with confidence that is the pronunciation, but yeah, Tametsi is what I've been saying. Ahoy, Advar. I don't know that I've heard many other people say it out loud, but if I have, it's probably sounded about the same? Question mark? But yeah, I don't know. You can let me know if it seems like it sounds any better than it did a week or two ago, but that's the hope anyway. But it's still probably gonna have some echo. I mean, I can hear the echo, so assumedly, but doing what we can in the circumstances anyway. And yeah, let's solve some things here. All right, there's not much left right here. What we got? CKT row A6 and circle 6 available. So that's, oh god, Circuit 3, Solar Flare, Apologies to Mondrian, and Weave. So Circuit 3 and Weave are nightmare levels, right? Or is Circuit 3 less bad than Circuit 1 and 2? I don't remember. Hello, Snow Golem Kirby. Welcome to the stream. I have not looked up who Mondrian is, or if I have, I don't remember. Oh, wait. Is it an artist? I feel like I made this guess before, but I don't know if I ever confirmed it. Because this layout looks like a pretty famous painting. Definitely reminiscent of that sort of thing. So that's my guess without looking it up. We'll do that one. Someone could look up who Mondrian is. Pieta Mondrian. Hello, Cinemio. Okay, yep, it is indeed the artist behind that work. All right. Just needed to actually click on the puzzle to make it a little bit more clear there. Okay, this has been like half a year. How do I do this again? Yeah, so for those less familiar, this is Tametsi. Advanced Minesweeper. We're solving stuff. There's a countdown mode on the mines, which is the best thing ever, and the puzzles get pretty difficult, but they're all fixed, and the guessing is never required, and it's good stuff. Okay, so we know there's two amongst those, so both of these have to be safe. I don't know if that actually goes anywhere else, but that's what immediately stood out. Okay, we've got one amongst these here, which means there has to be another one amongst these two here, which means there has to be one amongst these three here, which means these two are safe because of this one here. Alright, still have the basic shades. It doesn't go away that quickly. Let's see, let's get ourselves, where's some good colors for drawn on this board? Orange, maybe? Yeah, that's visible on the red. It's not like ideal on the red and yellow, but visible enough, hopefully. And white's probably fine, okay. So we've got two there, which means we've got one here and one here, which means we've got one here and one here, which means we've got one here, which means this one's safe. And we've got one here and one here, which means these two are safe. Chaining that down. We've also got a couple row and column numbers that presumably don't mean much yet, but will at some point. Like the 7 plus this 6 might give us some safety above them or something. Although with this question mark, that might be rude. You can deal with that. Although then there's this question mark too. But anyway, I'm counting, well, like it's much less than 13, but maybe it's like much less than 13 and there's a whole bunch of mines up here, but. Yeah, question marks just mean they aren't telling you that information. It could be any number. So we got 3 here, which is 1 here, which is 1 here, but then there's yet another. I only looked to the first question mark and I'm like, I can kind of go past that, but then there's the second question mark. Quite rude. Where do we want to find progress next? Let's see. Got 2 there, which is 1 here. There's 1 here. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. There's a lot of question marks in the way. one there. There's one here. There's two here. So there's one here. So there's two here. There's one here. So there's one here. So there's one here. Okay, great. Build ourselves a nice little tree here. Hello, Ivar. Maybe. It didn't... The way I was looking at it, it didn't. So... I probably just needed to look at it in a different way. That would be my guess. But yeah, I did stop here because this didn't... I mean, I guess I'm currently only looking for the more precise info, because here I'd have to be like at most one, and then this is 2 or 3. Well, yeah, no, that does look like it probably goes somewhere. All right, I'll look back at that in a second, but we've still got more to build here. We turn our tree into a bush, because that's the logical progression. Turn our bush into a tree, I guess. Let's turn our bush into a tree. There we go. Oh, there's a 2-1 situation, right? Yeah, so we've got at most one of these, which means this has to be... One of these has to be, and then we can build another tree here. Oh. Nope. Don't miss the backwards diagonal. But we do have one of these two, which means both of these are safe. Now we can do this. We know only one of these can be, so both of those have to be for that. So one of these has to be, so both of these are safe. All of those are safe. One of these has to be, so this is safe, so that's a mine. Two of those are, so this one has to be. This game is all about the environment. Two, one. Yeah, none of that does anything directly. So, this is at most one for these two. It has to be there. This is safe. And one of these has to be, so both of these are safe. Suddenly these numbers have been mostly counted down, huh? Those are 5 total. We've got... So this has to be a mine up here, I think, right? Let's see. I guess I can draw. Yeah, racing this is fine. We'll go back to it at some point. But yeah, we've got 3 here. 4 covering all of those. So that doesn't cover the 5, so this has to be a mine there. One mine here. Since this is only a 1, it seems like I might be able to do... Oh, actually, did we... No, we knew these had to be just rows of one side or the other, but I don't think we had that for this row here. Maybe. So this was 2 here, so this is 1 here. No, this is 1 or, well, actually, I mean, that covers it, right? Yeah, this is a 1 or 2 here, so therefore it has to be the 1, right? Let me double check that I didn't bamboozle myself here. See, we got 2 here for this 2, so that means 1 here for the 3. That means 1 amongst these, so 0 or 1 for these 2, which means 1 or 2 for those ones there. So that means that has to be a 1. Both of those are safe, and if that's a 1, this is a 1, and these are both safe. Looks pretty good to me. There might be something else I can do with that, but it seems like most of what I wanted to do there. We could go back to this line over here. I have absolutely no reason to spite Ibot, but I could try to find all of the other answers first. No, I think going back over here probably makes sense. As I start looking at these fours here. Nah. These look like they don't quite do anything I want them to just yet. Please do spite you. No, so now spiting you is not spiting you. Is that how that works? I don't. All right. So there's 1 here. There's 1 amongst those. So this is 0, 1. Here, let's erase that. So this is 0, 1. This is 2 or 3. It can't be 3. So that has to be 2 because of this 1 here. So Satsumon, that means this is a 1. I'm just gonna believe and not double check my work. All right, 1, 1. I think that means these 2 in the middle here are safe around the 2, right? Because we've got 3 here, 1 there. Yeah. I am double checking this time. Okay, there we go. Maybe I should play Tetranet on stream sometime. Good God, when was the last time I actually played Tetranet? Like 2005 or something, maybe? I don't know. Used to play it with people I knew on ICQ. Old man Twitch. Oh, this one here is safe, right? Because we've got one here, so we've got 2 here to finish off the 3, and that means the 2's already satisfied. Okay, now we've got the overlapping 3s, so both of those are safe. If anyone doesn't know why I'm referring to to Tetranet, the song that just played was a MIDI file, sound file used in Tetranet and a few other places. It wasn't made for it, but it was just, you know, publicly posted at some point and then ended up being used in various places. But Tetranet was just an online Tetris client in the early days with some power-ups and stuff. Fairly simplistic, but I mean, as long as it executes Tetris well and is fun, that's really all you need, right? Alright, we have grown much foliage. Oh, we've got 2-1 situation, right? Yeah, so it's only one of those can be eat, so that one has to be. So there's only one here, so both of these have to be. Salutations, Dalek. Oh, Into the Breach is going up on the VOD's channel now. The first of those are Into the Breach runs is up there now, and the others will be up over the next month. I've been still trying to find some time to at least get VOD stuff posted if I can't stream and stuff here. Should I try to find a reference to every song that plays? Probably not. Or a promotional reference to every song in the playlist. Let's see. We're not like dancing with our yellow or blue areas, are we? I don't think so. That seems pretty sus. But I still like look at it. Every time I'm like, nah, but then I'm like, but maybe. It's almost never once you're to the nah phase, but sometimes, and then the but maybe feels very satisfying if it actually exists in that like 2% of the time or whatever. Six seems like a bad number. It seems like this wants to be like a 4 or a 5 or an 8 or something if I want to fill out yellow from here. Hello, Dames. Yes, it is in fact just chilling over there. It's still possible to miss easy things with Countdown, but a lot less common. It strikes me as amusing just how vague down the center ends up being as a descriptor here. Like, even with your number list, I don't even know what you're referring to there. It's right there. Counting a column number, see the 4 can do something. I mean, I can figure out what number this column number is here, but I don't know if that would be helpful. Might be. Yes, to specify. Oh, that, okay. Yeah, since there was the gaps, I just couldn't see. I'm like looking here, I'm like, well, maybe down didn't mean down. Then I'm like looking here, I'm like looking backwards. I'm like, that looks similar. Oh no, that's 1, 2, 3, 2. And there's. Let's see some stuff we've got. All of those are some ones. We particularly care. Any spot around this 3 is a 1 or a 2. So this would be a 0 or 1 here. So this is a 1 or 2, but this has to be a 1. Yeah, that looks good. Here makes that safe. Overlapping 2s means we can grow yet another little bush over here. No, it's still a tree into a bush. That just doesn't have to follow tech tree standards. Just it feels better to grow the trees by default, and then when they sprout up, they become bushes. I don't know. I think that's the terminology I'd used previously. And 1 amongst these 4 doesn't actually seem very helpful. Let's see, where else do we see progress? These are different songs, by the way. Some similar instrumentation leading into each other there. So that's a 1 or 2. This is a 0 or 1. Does anything else care about that? Not with this question mark here. It's a pretty heckin' good game, too. The developer actually reached out to me somewhat recently and was like, "Hey, I just want to thank you for like playing and promoting my game so much because like I think you're one of the reasons it's managed to be a modest success." Like, great, deserves it. P.S. Make an expansion and charge double for it with half the content. It wasn't a jab. It was just a request for the developer to make an expansion for Tametsi that costs twice as much and has half the content of the base game, or even worse than that. Like, yeah, I think they've mostly moved on to other stuff, but we can agree it. What else looks useful? Yeah, I mean, lacking the like style coat of paint does make it a little bit of a harder sell for people that are on the fence, and like I actually wasn't confident I would like it that much at first either. And now we've streamed like how much of this have I played? Not quite 200 hours, yeah. There hasn't been another puzzle game like of this type with fixed levels that I've just played again a second time, so that's pretty high praise in itself. Oh, let's see, we've got something up here probably, right? We've got one here, at most one here, so there has to be one here. There has to be one there and there, so that's safe. Nice, Dibs. Yeah, that could be a reasonable day. Like, yeah, the first 12 levels, I want to say something like that, and then about 2 of the harder levels. Like 1 medium and 1 kind of hard. Could be a cute approach. Just trying to remember an estimate of like where the early difficulty kind of leads from semi-tutorial to more difficulty in showing off the variety of what sort of levels there are and stuff. pretty good deal, Dave. Pretty good deal. Like, I don't broadly subscribe to hours per dollar sort of ratio, since all hours are not created equal, but it's still a metric one can use, and point to things like this and be like, what? Didn't even that end up closing this off any cleaner? It doesn't really look like it. A heuristic rather than a metric. Oh, we've got that. Does that do anything else for us? Probably not. This 3's looking awfully promising. So we've got 2 here, so we've got 1 here, which means we've got 1 here. And yeah, we've got 1 here. So there's 1 here, so these are both mines. I did that right? Yeah. Mine. Windbag mine. Oh, these are overlapping ones now. Yeah. I decided to just click and not double check. That's why we still have a few on this playthrough that are gray rather than all blue, but that's okay. Okay, so we got 1 here, which means 1 here, which means this is safe. Oh, we got a 2-1 situation there. Pretty good 2-1 situation, in fact. That 3 is already satisfied there. Good stuff, good stuff. This is now a 1. This 3 is also satisfied, right? Because we got 1 amongst those. Oh, also this 2 is already just... Either way, take the information whichever direction you prefer. That blue looks a little prominent. Yeah, I'll look at the blue. It didn't immediately line up perfectly. Oh yeah, there's overlap on the 2 on both sides, not just one side, huh? To count up to 4 on the blue count up here. I mean, I can say that there's 1 amongst all of these. This 1 here. Oh, this 1 here is already solved, right? Like these 2 here are safe, and then from there we can probably solve blue. Is that correct? So we got 1 here, 1 there. Yeah, okay. So these are also... Oh, backwards diagonal here! I missed that this one was touching these and not just these two. Okay. Blue. The curse of the backwards diagonal. All right, but this was still correct. I was about to do the same thing. I literally look back here, I'm like, okay, so only one of these two is, which means these two are safe. Okay, at most one of these is, so this has to be mine for the two. So one of these two. Oh, yeah, and with these ones overlap here. Okay, now we can say this is safe. Yeah, so we got one here. Okay. Two one situation here. No backwards diagonal. Which means this one here is safe, right? So we've got one here and one here. Okay. Yeah, no, I like Hexels a lot. I'm glad I played it before I played Tametsi, rather than the other way around. There's a whole progression if you want to get into sweeper legs. I did not really like Bombay. I catch you, and it's only barely a sweeper leg. It's more of a programming game than a sweeper leg. I have heard of the root trees are dead, yeah. I knew about it when it was just the original itch.io version, even. Greetings, Gotron. 121 months is it's a long time. That's a long time. I mean, Tints and Trees is a Tints and Trees like. It's a different type of puzzle. It is still a traditional pen and paper puzzle like Picross. Just a less known one. But yeah, as far as root trees, it's in the category of something that's like about a 15% chance I would really like it, and a 40% chance it wouldn't quite jive with me, and the rest it would be, you know, decent. So like that broad category of game has generally not hit with me as well as most people. So I haven't jumped at them for the most part. So yeah, Golden Idol in the same category. The stuff that Dama would play, someone that we often raid. Or Jim the Eternal would be big into those too. Lots of people. But, yeah, so I mean, like your Obra like categories, if you will, like that. I can really enjoy those types of deductions, but there's often aspects of them that I don't really enjoy. Obra Dinn, the biggest part was just the tedium of it all and like the difficulty rechecking information and stuff, but so yeah, broad strokes, most people like those more than me, but it can hit, so I'm not saying there's no chance, but I haven't actively pursued it because the odds seemed low enough, basically. Outer Wilds in that sort of category as well. I mean, not being a good stream game is not always a disaster. I mean, look at what we're currently playing. Although there's different types of not a good stream game. Like puzzle games in general are a little bit of an awkward stream game. Like either there's stuff like Tametsi or Sudoku or something that very few people actually want to watch, or if they are more popular puzzle games, they tend to be pretty abysmal for spoilery situations, like, I don't know, Baba's You or The Witness or stuff like that. So there can be awkward dances with any of that, of course. Reasonable to catch up. Yeah, and to be clear, like, it's not like I was, like, crapping all over Outer Wilds or Obra Dinn, right? It was that I just didn't like them nearly as much as everybody else seems to, is basically it, right? Which can feel like crapping on it, right? It's like, this game was, you know, decent, like, and it's like, what are you talking about? It's the greatest thing I've ever played in my life. Oh, we've got just these twos over here that are just chilling. Oh, because of... No, wait, how long is this? Has that just been there the whole time? Is this the Sam Reich of Tametsi? It just overlapping twos. There's nothing next to it. This hasn't changed, right? This has just been here the whole time. Alright. We'll grow a little tree, I guess. But yeah, my issues with Obra Dinn and Outer Wilds were actually fairly similar. Just the repetitive, tedious aspects really bothered me in ways that they don't bother most people. So, like, I still appreciated many of the good attributes, but just the downsides wore on me more than they would most people. And then there's also interesting related stuff there too, right? Like with Outer Wilds, especially that because it's such a powerful and important game to so many other people, like I can still absorb some of that, like so, like hearing the main combined theme still makes me tear up, even though I didn't find the actual narrative aspects that powerful directly. I guess because like I can still like feel the power there and how it's impacted other people and stuff. And then, like with Obra Dinn, what I actually appreciate the most about that is it's like it's cinema, it's cinematics. Like it tells a narrative in a really cool way. The deductive aspect is what I ended up liking not as much, especially with the tedium, but its storytelling was really cool. Oh, can we count yellow? Yeah, we can probably count yellow. We can count yellow a variety of ways. That's a terrible color for the yellow in hindsight. Do it this way. No, not missing any diagonals. Like there's this one's actually really easy to miss there, but that's not part of what we're looking at, so that's fine. Okay. Clean all of that out. We got those overlapping ones, which lets us grow an overhang. We got this question mark here, so I can't work with this. Did I ever find a spot that I could assume a question mark was something by the fact it was a question mark? I don't know if I ever actually found one of those situations. I know I tried to a few times. I think what most commonly is the case that like this is a solve if it's a 0 or if it's a 1 or if it's a 2. Like any of those cases it like solves sort of situation, so I can't assume the question mark is only there to obfuscate this specific number because any of those numbers would work to solve it or whatever. I think is usually the situation. But I suspect not always. Let's see, so 2 of those 3 are? Or 2 or 3 of those, I should say. 2 or 3. Yes. So this is 0 or 1. Which means this has to be 1, which means this has to be 1. Which means this has to be 2, which means this is a mine. The most useful mine I could put on the board. This one right here. It seems like that tracks. It's just not the big money solve situation here. But if it panned out as a not mine, then that's a lot of value. But put a mine over here, that's yep, sure is something. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff like that. That is really well executed and still loved by most people who actually do play it. So like I guess if I want to be semi-pedantic, that's not like a 1 out of 10 on Void Stranger. I feel like it needs to be a lot more have a lot more friction. Be like Void Stranger has quite a bit of friction, and that's actually why I didn't like it as much as I could have. Kind of same category as Oberdin and Outer Wilds in a lot of ways, though I'd still give it a 7, right? Like it was still pretty good. But like I feel like you need kind of a more art house, more difficult, more rough and full of friction experience for it to be that 1 out of 10 really love. But I mean, there's also like lots of ways to interpret, like, what does it mean that 1 out of 10 people love it? Does that just mean it's obscure? Does that mean that most people who try it hate it? Or... But like Void Stranger probably has like very good reviews, right? Like it's so like I guess when I think of something loved by only 1 out of 10 or whatever, I'm thinking it's gonna have like mixed reviews sort of situation. And mixed reviews can mean something that is love it or hate it, but it can also just mean thoroughly mediocre. Some people found it worth a couple bucks. Some people were just really bored of its mediocrity. Mixed means both of those things. And kind of in that realm, for me personally, like the I don't know, concept or image of myself that I want to exist to some extent likes some of those art house ultra niche games, but in practice, like I mostly don't. I just don't, and I have come to terms with that. But I like that they exist, and I like that people find them and love them and stuff. But most of the time, they just don't really work well for me. But then, of course, there's different degrees of obscure and niche and stuff, right? Like, say, Slice and Dice or something, right? Like, that's a very well-polished experience that is well-liked by people familiar with it, but is pretty obscure and not that many people know of it. And that's what I super love, of course, right? It's the Stanley Parable and Art House game, kind of. It's but it's like art house with like polish and lots of humor. I guess is maybe what I would say, right? Like maybe Dr. Legs, Scott the Tiger, the Terrible Accursed Emerald, a Whirlwind Heist is a Stanley Parable without the art house. Even though you're in an art house, you're kind of in the setting, but yeah, like the commentary on games as a medium in Stanley Parable didn't necessarily do that much for me. Like, it was somewhat interesting, but like why I love the Stanley Parable is because it adapts to you doing weird stuff, and it does it in a really funny, well-executed way. Like, that's really the core of what I love about the game, I would say. And then, like, the beginner's guide did not work as well for me. Greetings, Squirrely. So there's a lot of yes, but obviously there's not like some greater point I'm going to here, because this is a random discussion rather than a scripted video essay or whatever. But it's all interesting stuff to kind of muse over and talk about. And there's definitely some games that are in the category of like I don't really want to play this, but I am interested in hearing Jacob Geller talk about this game, like Aaron Signal or something like that. Just hear some of these other critics that are more interested in these weirder experiences, and like kind of hearing them talk about what they loved about it and stuff can be really compelling, even if I'm not really going to love I don't know, Kitty Horror Show's Anatomy or something like that very much myself. We've got 4 in gray. Is that anything? Yes. Oh, there's a lot of ways to slice that, actually. Just make sure I'm not missing anything on the 2 here. I mean, we've already beefed it anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter too much now. But oh, also this 2 was just killing here. The 2 was just killing there. We could have just used that. That's fine. There we go. Mondrian has been defeated. Alright, so, oh god. Weave or Circuit 3? Or just be like, alright, I got 1 level. Time to move on to something else and leave my future self with Circuit and stuff. I mean, we did manage earlier circuits a lot more readily on the second play than the first, I believe. So maybe this isn't so bad. Maybe. Okay. So we got a 4-2 jump here. Is there anywhere with it like actually in the line? A big number jump is a good starting point. Yeah, so we got that 4-2, this 5-3, and this 4-2 here. Is that's it? Oh, we got this 4-2 here, I guess, too, around the corner. Around the corner is probably pretty rough. There's so many question marks. This 4 gap 2 has some possibility. 5 has some possibility just by being a big number. That's probably true of this 1 over here too. Reasonable to like, yeah. Oh, there's so many question marks over here. Let's see, so we got orange on the map. I probably want a blue this time or something. So there's 6 tiles around this 5 or this one. So this is it's kind of hard to read on the gray now. Purple. Shit. 2 or 3 of those. Oh, that's already true of the 3 alone because it's only touching 4 tiles anyway. Let's see. 2 or 3 of those. 1 or 2 of those, and then a bunch of question marks. It's just garbage all the way down. Like, one or two of those, one or two of those, you're one of those? Oh, wait, if that's 0 or 1, that actually does do something, doesn't it? Okay, double checking. 2, 3, 4, 5, so there's 5 around this 4, so that means this is 1 or 2. And combining with a 3, so that's a 1 or 2 there too. So if that's a 1 or 2, this is a 0 or 1. That's at most 1. So all of those have to be. And that's a 1, and that's a 2. Okay, okay. We're gaming. Gaming. Yeah, the question marks are oil spills on the wrist. Yep. Like, how often is that, like, just an oil spill on the track been a real thing? I wonder now, right? Like, I haven't thought about that before, but, like, that definitely became a video game trope. Is that something that was just kind of added as, like, oh, I guess this makes sense early on, or is that, like, something that actually happened multiple times in real life? Like, the slipping on banana peel thing is real. Like, that was, like, it's rare, but it is real. Like, the circumstances need to be right. Like, if you just put a banana peel on the ground and put your foot on it, it won't necessarily slip. And then you'll be like, well, why is this a trope? But it is a real thing that there's a whole John Boy's essay about slipping on banana peels. That's certainly reasonable, Squirrelland. I mean, there was definitely a pretty big period where like I would have been more inclined to list, oh, these are among my favorite games or whatever, and then there was Undertale. Excellent, Anvar. Excellent. May you purchase mini mattresses as well. Oh, so that's a mine. So these two are mines, right? Because this one... That's safe. And there's this question mark blocking off further progress. Yeah, no case should remain unsolved. That's it. Kind of like all of those just kind of default to that category now, where it's like a lot of like people are talking about this. Like I might dig it. I don't know. And actually, this even extends to the board game world, where I also like. I played a detective : a modern crime board game, and yeah, you know, it was decent, but like a lot of people really loved it, and it's just like, yeah, it's okay, it's okay, pretty good, I guess. Although I did like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective quite a lot. And I mean, I like you know, Hanabi is one of my all-time favorite board games, and that's all about cooperative deduction. So, like, I certainly really like deduction sometimes, but the default case is that it feels like I like it a little bit less than everybody's talking about it. Gotcha, Squirrel's also got a stronger narrative aspect. Told well. Is this diagonal one here safe? Is that something? So we've got 5 squares around this 4, so this is a 2 or a 3. Oh no, this only just became a 1 or a 2 here, so that could still be a 2 and or 2 here and a 1 here, and then this could still be a mine. Turns out 2.5 plus 1.5 doesn't necessarily equal 4. Too many boxed cats. Like you can do 1 or 2 there, 0, 1 there. It doesn't do anything for this 3 because of the backwards diagonal here. And then there's question marks here. No, 1, 1 there stops immediately upon our wall of question marks. Let's see what else we got. A 1 or 2 here, which is a 0 or 1 here. Which means any of these are 1 or 2s, if that's helpful at all. Which means this is a 0 or 1. Oh, does that help this 4? No, there's 6 around this 4. Dang. Yeah, that's high on the wish list, Catcher. I believe it lacks countdown mode, although some of the variants it probably wouldn't make sense for is my guess. But the ones it would make sense for and are lacking, I would be disappointed with. But that said, yeah, that is still something I'm interested in. That's the one remaining sweeper-like that is known and well regarded that I haven't played, right? Like there's a few other obscure ones like Dream Sweeper and stuff like that, but how many Steam reviews do you classify a game as niche? Well, There's a lot of tiers of that too, right? There's like, what do you mean it's on Steam? This niche game is only on itch.io or downloaded off its own bespoke website. Like, which way is pretty niche. That's only on itch.io, and it's a really cool puzzle game. But as far as ratings on Steam, the easy metrics to point to would be like either 100 reviews or 500 reviews, or probably the easy clean numbers. There you go. It means it has 0 Steam reviews for the ones that are not on the Steam. This little beginning bit here reminds me of the Barons in One Shot. Incidentally, One Shot did have some commentary on the nature of games that was stronger and more impactful on me than it was in Stanley Parable. We're looking at that. We've already demolished our 5s. We do have this 4 here that's still a value 4, potentially. So like, this is 3 or 4. This is 0 or 1. So this is 1 or 2. I mean, you can say that's 1 or 2 off of the 2 alone, sadly. But yeah, there's it's always interesting just the degrees of obscurity, right? Like, I mean that works in a lot of areas, right? I mean, like there's certainly plenty of ways to measure it, but like amongst people who stream on Twitch, I'm like in the top 2% in terms of like, I don't know, being known and viewer count and stuff, but I'm still a pretty small streamer, right? Or I've also used it's somewhat related to how easy it is to watch people and like see people that are better than you at stuff, but you don't realize how many more people are in the pool that are worse than you, and it's just lots of interesting things in that realm. Absolutely, Ketchup, yes. That is, I know it wasn't there on release, but for me is a very essential part of the game's experience. One Shot's only like a 7 out of 10 or 7.5 out of 10 for me without it. And a good number of people who play the game still like it a lot and miss it entirely. Oh, interesting, Ketchup. But if you can find a way to return to this place, please do. Can we do anything with that? No, there's just question marks everywhere. So many oil spells. I mean, there's the game itself offers arguments for both. I'm doing my best to not spoil anything to those who haven't played. But yeah, it was certainly a important part of the experience for me. Let's see. I mean, I looked at this 4, but I didn't specifically look at this 4. I looked at this 4 heading into this 4, but I think that's different. Alright. So that, gonna do any better for me on any of this? So that's 2 or 3, that's 1 or 2. Oh, excuse me, that's 0 or 1. Don't think I care. Okay. So this is 3 or 4. So this is 0 or 1. Okay, that does actually matter. Okay, going into the other 4 there, right? So that means that has to be a 1 and these have to be mines. And that cements the other ones here, but that doesn't really do a lot. Just means this is a 1 and these like awkward blips across catty corner here are a 1. It's progress. I just don't know if it's progress that leads to more progress. 1, 1. Oh, it is. At least a little bit more. And that means this is safe. These bamboozling question marks. The game's hard. We should go back to just talking about vague concepts of obscurity in game design. But yeah, the greater consciousness, indie games that are less well known than Hades and Undertale are obscure, right? Like, One Shot could still fall into that category, but it's certainly popular and sold very well. I'm like, what? That's like 30,000 or something. Maybe I'm gonna guess 40,000. What are we at? Okay, 48,000, which is a huge number, right? Like, that means on Steam it sold about 3 million copies. Like, but Undertale is 241,000 reviews. So that's still an order of magnitude higher. Get some balance patches for conversation. That would be that'd be nice. Like, it's considering how important it is as a mechanic, it would be nice if it was a little easier to pull off. Like, there's so many little random mechanics that interact with it, like hearing loss and stuff, that just make it more difficult than it really needs to be. Oh, let's see, was that... I'm trying to remember if I watched that or if it was just on the recommendations or whatever. Like, that was a Rasputin video, maybe? And yeah, I think that was a Rasputin video because it talked about like Tears of the Kingdom and stuff, probably. It sounds right. And it's interesting. Like, it's that to some extent ties back in with yeah, like, or actually quite a bit ties back in with kind of the art house pure love or hate sort of experiences I'd been talking about a little bit earlier, right? Where those in practice just have too much friction for me. Like, there's a lot of different types of friction. Like, in that case, some of it is just conceptual friction, like I don't know, the processing to try to figure out what the hell they're even trying to tell you and stuff like that, and that plus mechanical friction and stuff. But and something that's a completely ultra polished smooth experience can kind of just lead you to slide off, and it's like, yeah, that was fun, or like that's your, a lot of times your 7 out of 10s or whatever, things like that are just very like, you know, it was good, but like it just didn't have a bite, didn't have anything to grab onto or whatever. But like, certainly individual preference points for how much friction ends up being good varies pretty wildly. Hello, Slade Gray. Thank you for continuing to support the stream. And yeah, ultimately I like friction less than I conceptually would want to, but I do want smooth polished experiences for the most part. But like I said, there's different kinds of friction, and like the friction of difficulty is something I often want. But then even there, it's still complicated too, right? Like, I didn't enjoy Slay the Spire Ascension 20 as much because, like, a significant portion of runs you will just lose completely outside of your control, and that doesn't feel good to me either. And it's really hard to have a good high level of difficulty without having some of that and decide, and sometimes you end up with the opposite problem too, where like too many runs are too easy or portions of the game are too easy. Even really good games like FTL encounter some of that, where Like, once you're experienced with FTL, sectors 5 through 7 are usually pretty just trivial in every run. And the hardest part of the game is the beginning, and then maybe a little bit of difficulty at the end again. And, like, it's hard. Game design's hard. And of course, the developers of FTL originally tried to make it so you could only win the game like 10% of the time, and it was like going to be a super frantic thing that you were just expected to lose all the time. And that's how it feels to a lot of newer players, and provides that experience. But then it ended up that if you're good enough, you can win consistently. Which means people like me actually like the game a lot more than we would have otherwise, and it's, yeah. Yeah, and that category day, like I can tie that back into the Outer Wilds and stuff, right? Like the friction of unnecessary repetition is just broad strokes the type of friction I dislike the most, probably. I could probably find some other types I like even less, but just doing long sections over again that I've already done, having to do backtracking in tedious ways that could have been done more elegantly, or warped past, or just, yeah, anything in that realm tends to grate on me. And that's, I mean, that was one of the reasons I didn't like later Souls games as much as I like the original Dark Souls, is not specifically because Dark Souls 1 did that better, it was just that Dark Souls 1 did a bunch of cool stuff that was novel, and, I mean, I guess a lot of it came from Demon Souls, but I hadn't played Demon Souls, of course, so, but then when the other games are doing the same things while still having the same problems, it wasn't novel anymore, and then the problems just wore on me a lot more. Friction of not having actual numbers for effects. Yeah, there you go. Friction of lies! That's obviously pretty high up there. Yeah, stuff in that category most commonly doesn't super appeal to me, Ketcho, but it can. Like, I generally prefer the more binary win-loss sort of state, but just trying to optimize as much as possible can be satisfying, and most often the optimize as much as possible has been more satisfying in kind of a speedrunny sort of format, but there have been like puzzles, I mean your Zachtronics games or things like that I don't go big on the optimize as much as possible, but still like dipping my toes in it, right? Where it can be fun to be like, okay, can I shave off 2 more cycles off of this to tie the top of the leaderboard, or things like that can be pretty satisfying at times. What if the lie is intentional? That either makes it better or it makes it worse. More often it makes it worse, but it can make it better. Is how I would say, describe that, I think. It does affect it, whether the lie is intentional or not. Most of the time, I strongly disagree with the developer making the lie intentional, or the objectively bad decision intentional. Like there's Convoy is an FTL like that the devs have some of the event decisions that are just objectively bad. And to be clear, FTL has some of those too. But I at least have had one step removed conversation with the devs, or maybe even asked them myself. I don't remember if it was me or someone I know that asked them, but they intentionally left in objectively bad decisions and considered it a good choice. And it's like, no, it's a roguelike. This is repeatable. Don't have objectively bad decisions in your roguelike decision trees. This is stupid. Well, Number of the Moons is a little bit different, Ketcha, because that's a little bit of a gimmick that the idea. Well, are we talking about original FTL on release or FTL for the past 11 years? That has changed due to me, but the current implementation of Number of Moons is a little gimmick event about paying attention to the events, and that's at least a little cute. Rather, like, so there are objectively bad choices, but they're known objectively bad choices if you're paying attention. Which I'm not like in love with, but I dislike less, right? Like it's fun. Lots of fun game design talk, though, certainly. Yeah, that's a nice thing that some good challenging games can manage to pull off, for sure. Where, like, even when things are, like, realistically pretty well, they still feel close and tense. So Spirit Island can definitely pull that off. Against the Storm pulls that off well. Slice and Dice pulls that off well. FTL pulls that off well before you're ultra experienced at the game, I would say. So probably less well than those other examples, but is still like in the ballpark. But yeah, definitely Slice and Dice. So often it's just like, oh my god, like everybody's dying. This is a disaster. What am I gonna possibly do to get out of this? Wait, I can do this and then this and then this and then okay, we can kill them. Okay, and then we can shield it. No one has to die. Okay, and like you just like start. That feels like so good. And like Slice and Dice is just like, how about you just do that the whole game? And it can be exhausting, but it's also just like super satisfying. Yeah, that's part of it too, right? Like the like bad luck needs to stack for it to actually be defeat. So like less experienced players in those situations will be like, oh, we had this one bit of bad luck, so we just lost. But like with experience, you can be like, okay, well, no, it was actually like if I played this better, even with the bad luck, I could have still won, right? Like that's very much how it is in Slice and Dice and FTL, and surely Spirit Island, where like to actually be like unwinnable, out of control with like perfect play, there needs to usually be like 3 instances of really bad luck, not just one. Which can still happen, to be clear, but is just like much more rare. And then it's still like the really experienced players, when they lose, it's still often due to misplays. Combined with the bad luck, to be clear, but you want to play really well, so when the bad luck hits you, you can still survive, right? Yeah, that makes sense, Cacho. That like that's a different type of game design than a roguelike. That's an unfolding game, kind of an unfolding campaign experience. That there are things you could replay and do differently, but it's generally expected that people are mostly going to be playing through it once or whatever, and that has kind of a different set of expectations on the lies or bad choices or things like that. Like, I'm still not a big fan of that. It's kind of like red herrings in puzzle design, which can be interesting and good, but a lot of times are just bad. Hello, Wuff. Yeah, you'd mentioned there is something in the top right. Like I poked at it a little bit earlier and missed it, but I'll look at that again after we take this quick break. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We'll be back in a few minutes and do some more Tametsi and maybe some more game design discussion. We've had a lot of good little side tangent here today. We'll see you shortly, everybody. Cheers, Wuff. Alrighty, appreciate your patience, everybody. We are back. And of course, like, slow progressing on this level has also been partially due to heavy side discussion and stuff, which is completely fine. A few other examples of stuff in the broad conversation came to mind on the break there, like, and certainly some of the time that games are, you know, a little bit slower or have a little bit more friction. Like, part of that is also a pacing or like way you're telling the story and stuff like that, and that can often be pretty good, as long as it's not too much, I guess, right? Like, Titan Souls is one that comes to mind. Just something to kind of break up the pacing of the experience. Like, it's just nonstop boss fights is kind of the core gameplay, but then you just kind of have this really light exploration area, like that you're just kind of connecting the areas together by kind of walking around and exploring a little bit and stuff, and that is a nice framing. Like, that's better than just selecting the bosses from a big list of them or whatever, and I think that adds to the experience. Or like the fact Undertale doesn't have a run button and has a few kind of longer stretches that are a little bit, just kind of give you a little bit of extra time for contemplation or tension to build or things like that. Fury, I mean, Fury is pretty similar to Titan Souls. Like, I guess it more has its little narrative bit. Like, you still have a very slight walk between areas or whatever. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty similar in that regard, but it's the wrong number of dimensions, so it's a worse game. That's how that works. Yeah, I'm looking at the same thing again as I did before, where this is a 1 or 2, this is 0 or 1, but then that doesn't cement anything for this 3 here. Although maybe you could back roll it or whatever. Yeah, so that's 1 or 2. Because that's a 1 or 2, and that means this has to be a 0 or 1. Which means this is a 1 or a 2, I guess. Which means this is a 1 or 2. Which also doesn't do anything. Did you miss the backwards diagonal on the 3, Kasha? Because I easily could have missed that. Alright. Yeah, I thought I had checked up there, but we have rechecked. Our progress is probably in another castle. But yeah, I guess if we want to tie that back into Outer Wilds from my own experience, right, the traversal between planets is that sort of pacing for me, but the repetition to have to revisit places you've already been multiple times is the type that wears on me significantly more than it does for most people. So like there's still like aspects of that in Outer Wilds that would probably work fine for me, but then the more extreme version does not really. Is there one or twos all the way down? I don't think we care about that particularly. This is a 1 or 2, 0, 1. Like, I looked at this before, right? Maybe I went the wrong direction. Like that's a 1 or 2, that's a 0 or 1, but then this 4 had 6 around it, not just 5, so I couldn't use that. Can I do anything else with this? Like that's a 1 or... excuse me, that's a 2 or 3. Wait, if that's... well, no, it's 1 or 2. It's 2 or 3 amongst the whole set. 1 or 2 there. 1 or 2 there. That's not gonna do anything either. Oh yeah, they're like... And then my mind's just hopping around, like rechecking. It's like, okay, do anything with the color counts? Not particularly. I mean, I guess I can still, like, because that's a 3 or 4, I can actually potentially keep going. Yeah, okay, yeah, if I keep going, it's helpful, I think. Like, I think I said something as a follow-up in chat, but I'm currently not looking at it. This is where I stopped when I looked at this before, because the 4 itself doesn't do anything else. But it's 1 off, so since it's 1 off, I can keep going, I think. Let me take a sip. So 3 of those 4, or 2 of those 3, which means 0 or 1 here, which next to this 4 is... oh, it's the same problem, actually. But I can try to keep going. Oh, but yeah, the next to this 3 here, finally, this is 3 or 4, right? Yes, okay. That's a little convoluted, so let's double check. So based on this 2 here, if we look at any 2 tiles next to the 2, there's either 1 or 2 mines next to it, because there's only 3 tiles next to it. I realize I haven't been going into some of the details of the solves for people who are less familiar with the game, so apologies there. Anybody that cares has probably already left, or is just vibing in the background, and that's fine too. But, so building off of that, next to this 2 here, that means this has to be 0 or 1. Next to this 3 here means this section here is 2 or 3. And a subsection of that can be 1 or 2. So because of this 1 or 2 here, we can go to this 2 here, which is 0 or 1 here. And then because of that 4 there, this whole section here is 3 or 4. Or if we take a subsection here, this is 2 or 3. So next to that 3, this is 0 or 1. Next to this 4 here is 3 or 4. This is next to the 3, so it has to be 3. So both of those are safe. This is exactly 3, exactly 1, exactly 2. Does that mean that means this is a mine? Yeah, so that's exactly 2, that's a mine. This is exactly 1, 1. One. Oh, no. This is 1, so this is... That is 1? I'm not extrapolating too far, I gotta go back. Might have jumped ahead of myself here. Hurts when I'm only using 2 colors to convey more than 2 colors worth of information, of course, but... so this was 3, this is 1... This is 2... This is 1... This is 1... This is 1... This is 1... That's a mine. This is a 2-1 situation here, so that's a mine, and that's safe. That's a 2-1 here, so that's a mine. And did we have anything further to build down on this? Probably. Like, I've got this mark here, but it's been too long. What was that about? Might help if I just clear it and clean it up. Okay, we got this up here. I can go ahead and do that, though. We got another 2-1 there. Right. Good stuff from that. Okay, I'm just gonna clear this. I think there might be something else here, but that is decent progress. So I'd looked at the right thing before, I just hadn't kept going. That was the mistake I made earlier. Okay. Greetings, Rufus. Okay, can we just, like, cleanly go down this way now, or... 2... 1... 2... 1... 1... This 2 here still has this mess next to it. No row or column numbers. Yellow's down to 5 now. Get anything precise from this over here seems like nonsense. Oh, we've got a 2-1 over here, though. Okay. So, that's a mine. That's safe. And that doesn't do anything else. Shazbot. Let's see. So this is your 1. This is 1 or 2. That's 0 or 1. Means that's 0 or 1. Means that's 1 or 2. That doesn't seem very good. The other way is kind of the same. Probably. Like, all of this is 1 or 2. But we can't really reduce that down. Because, like, if I do this, that just means this is 0, 1, or 2, which, I mean, great deduction there. It's not that I've never used something like that effectively, but it's really rough. That is true, I bought. Yeah, it's definitely been a lot more Civ Clover than Codenames or Hanabi these days. But maybe TwitchBot should just mention Hanabi and Codenames to remind people that those are options. That's really a reminder to people that are already on the Discord rather than people just joining. But, you know, it's both. Speaking of unpopular stream games, I could play some more FF1 randomizer again at some point. And by speaking of, I mean it was brought up an hour ago or more, maybe. I guess saying speaking of with that much of a gap doesn't really make a lot of sense, but oh wait, we just have oh, never mind. I was covering part of this question mark and briefly thought it was a 2. I'm like, wait, this is just a 2? We can totally build off of that. No, it's a question mark. Question mark. Exactly, Dalek. Precisely. That's how it works. Did you know that though should be spelled THO? If it was good enough for Ada Lovelace, it's good enough for me. That is actually my favorite thing I've discovered since I've intentionally started spelling though as THO is that Ada Lovelace did actually spell it that way at least sometimes. I don't know how often necessarily, but like both though and although and some of her writing is spelled THO, and I was like, oh, rad. This is not just a modern thing. Oh yeah, I do have the ones here. 4 in yellow. Ada? Ada? Probably Ada. But yeah, she was basically the first programmer for those unfamiliar. Which is a bit of an oversimplification, but you know, when technology is new and merging, it's going to be complicated. There was cleanup in the top right Dalek that I did do, but may have also paused in addition to that. Backtracking in Metroidvania is also the sort of thing that can be pacing, can be satisfying development, and can be tedious. And more often leans towards tedious towards me, but not always. So yeah, just gotta figure out a way to tie in every song that plays, right? Just keep these various game design discussions going. This does something. Does it do something on its own, or only because of the twos now being more crowded? Probably because of the twos, or at least that's where I'm looking. Like that's gonna be a 1 or a 2. So all this is 0 or 1 territory. This is 2 or 3 territory. That doesn't actually seem helpful, does it? Because then we hit the question mark. Maybe not this route then. Although I could still say that's a 1 or 2 if that's helpful at all. That's a 1 or 2. Means this is 0 or 1. We're backtracking it. So I can also call that a 0 or 1. Well, I already did earlier, but does that matter? Like, I can't merge the whole set and call this a guaranteed mine. Ahoy, hoy, ad hoc. Like, this looks really close to being something, but I'm not seeing that actually build into anything on its own there. So what you're saying is that you cheated, Ad Hoc. I see. Congrats on cheating and or being Sherlock. Yeah, that's definitely a game that maximum points is pretty nonsense, but can be done. So yeah, congrats. Oh, it's a different scoring system on the last case. Interesting. Okay. It's not like, well, technically you could have chosen these deductions semi-arbitrarily. Interesting. Yeah, I don't actually remember what all cases I've done. I haven't done a whole lot of cases in total. Probably just like 4 or something. Mm-hmm. Yes, Mouse, although this purple in the middle is a 2 or 3 rather than a 1 or 2. Like, basically, I tend to alternate back and forth, and I've only got the 2 colors to work with easily, so there often ends up being overlapped info. Oh, no, sorry, this is still a 1 or 2. Yeah, all the purples are 1 or 2s now. So I just lied to make it extra confusing, but yeah, no, they're all 1 or 2s on the purples and 0 1s on the whites currently. But it's gone forever now, so. So this is a 2 or 3. So that's a 1 or 2. So this is a 1 or 2. So this is a mine. So that's a 2. So that's a 1. So that's a 3. So that's safe. So possibly a spouse. There's another way to get there regardless. Hey, I'm dead. Nope, they're too cheap to add the doors. Then we've got 2 overlapping here. We were, I mean, FTL didn't come up very much. We were talking about a lot of different game design stuff, and FTL was briefly discussed earlier. Loads of money. Nope, not that one. Like, it's optional in Tametsi, Rufus, but it's the best feature of Tametsi. Countdown mode is so good. It does take a little getting used to, but it's so good. It's so good. Like, I probably play 40 hours of Tametsi if it doesn't have countdown mode, which is still a lot. It's still good, but like, countdown mode's the biggest thing that kept kind of some of that tedium we've been talking about out of the experience for me. Like, to me, it's not engaging or fun or satisfying to find the super obvious stuff that I just like missed for 10 minutes or whatever, right? Like, it's like, oh, there was technically like a 0 somewhere that had just been sitting there for 10 minutes that I didn't see. That was where our progression was. And now I just like, it's just super obvious. So it makes that snap snap, and I love it. I love it so much. I can't stop singing its praises. Although that does remind me of one of the sweeper likes, Hexseed. The developers said if they added countdown mode, it'd be too easy. Then I'm like, well, make better puzzles then. If the difficulty is just finding obvious stuff, then it's not really difficulty. Like, what? I don't. Like, it is in some definitions, I guess you could stretch it. Okay, I've got a 2-1 situation here. So, mine there, safe there. Yeah, like, there are... I mean, that ties back into the friction discussion earlier, right? Like, there are ways to make lack of quality of life an engaging and interesting game mechanic, but by default, that is definitely not my preference. Like, I have a pretty strong preference against that being the approach, even if it can be done well, and some people will still like those games. But yeah, I want the execution of like interacting with the game to be as frictionless as possible in almost all cases, and then add the friction more in a little bit of the narrative and a little bit in the mechanics and the difficulty and that sort of thing. Yeah, getting over it is certainly what immediately came to mind. Or its direct predecessor, Sexy Hiking. Which getting over it was directly inspired with permission. But yeah, I mean, then on the flip side, I think of stuff like Factoria or whatever, where it's just so much more of a smooth experience than its peers to just interact with and play the game, and then I get to focus on the fun of all the constant little problem solving of the game experience itself and the expansion and stuff. And meanwhile, something like Kerbal Space Program or Dwarf Fortress, there's just a constant battle with the interface that grates on me over time quite a bit. Let's see, can we do anything off of this? Doesn't seem like super likely, but... Man, the names all blur together on some of this stuff. Is Core Keeper one that was, like, I saw it recently, so I guess it's on my wish list, but I don't have it? Is that the case with Core Keeper? No, it's not on my wish list. Right, okay, it's one of these. So I have not played or really seen Core Keeper. Stardew Valley with some more automation. Gotcha. Alright, let's see. So if this is 2 or 3... This is 1 or 2... This is 2 or 3... We probably don't care because of this question mark then. This is 1, 2, or 3. This is 0, 1, 2, or 3. Although it's not 3. 0, 1, or 2. Oh boy. This is 1. But is that good? Because we got a 2 here and a 1 here. So like a section of that is going to be a 0 or 1. So like that's a 0 or 1. This is a 1 or 2. And then this is 0 or 1, and then there's a question mark, so we can't possibly develop further. Okay. The battlements are holding. Oh, did I leave out a backwards diagonal? Oh, wait. Oh, it stands up here. Yeah, there you go. I see. Yes. Okay, that maybe does something then. That's true. Arguably, that's a forwards diagonal, but we don't really need more than one term to describe the same phenomenon. Backwards diagonal sounds fancier, so it's definitely the term that's gotta stay. Alright, so if this is 0, 1, this is 3 or 4, that's 0 or 1. That looks promising. That's 2 or 3. So that's 2. Yeah, isolated diagonal is probably more accurate, but I'm not changing the terminology now. It's backwards diagonal forever. But yes, I agree, that's more accurate. Hello, Hellclay. So I'm double checking to make sure this is accurate before I click these over here. So that's 2, that's 1. This is 0 or 1. So this is 1 or 2. So all of that is 0 or 1. So just these are 0 or 1. Which means this is 3 or 4. Which means this is 0 or 1. Which means this is 2 or 3. Which means it has to be a 2. Both of those are safe. Those are mines. Good stuff. Does that help us expand anywhere that it could then give us more information about another area, though? Because it does not appear to have done that. I can keep going. Oh, does that end up making this exactly one and make this tile safe or something? With the overlapping information? So we got 2 here, 1 here, 1 here, 0, 1 here, 1 or 2 here. So this has to be 1. Which, I mean, I guess to match everything else can just be white now, so that's 1. So these 2 here is and because one of these 2 is a 1, this one here is yeah. And all of this 1 here in a extended 2-1 situation. Right. Making sure I don't have a backwards diagonal. Overlapping ones there. Now there's 1 here, so this is safe. And then we've got this 1 to push into this 3 up here, perhaps. So it doesn't look like orange is really gonna do much up through here, probably, so. So that would mean this is, oh, it's 2 amongst all of this, so it's 1 or 2 amongst that. So the single dot is a 0 or 1, huh? One or 2. This is all 0 or 1. That's 1 or 2. But this being 1 or 2 is usually going to be a big pile of who cares. Couple of rare playlist songs back to back. Like, I have to assume we can make more progress from this spot here, right? So we thought we were stuck everywhere else anyway, but maybe not. But I'll keep looking here for right now. So yeah, again, this is 1 or 2. This is 0 or 1. This is 1 or 2. So that's 0, 1. Can we get another 0, 1 line over here or something? One or two. That's 1 or 2 there. I'm not drawing it because that doesn't seem like it's going to be helpful, so that's why I'm kind of just massing over it there. Yeah, because this is covering 4 tiles as a 1 or 2. That doesn't reduce cleanly. Like, pulling off a tile and saying it's a 0, 1 or 2 is not helpful. I mean, I think this question mark probably blocks me going around this corner much, but we will take a little bit of a look. See? This is 0, 1. So this is also 1 or 2. It's kind of the same thing with this 3 as this 3, right? This long 1 or 2 that doesn't really mean anything. We have exact number up here is like this whole section here. There's 2. So any 3 of those are a 1 or 2. But that also doesn't seem particularly helpful. I guess we do have the kind of anti-information on the yellow that these can't all be mines, but I don't think that is very helpful. But at least, so like any of these are 1s or 2s, I guess that's probably potentially helpful. Because there's 1 or 2 mines amongst all of these in practice. So that means this whole section is a 2 or 3, so a subsection is a 1 or 2. Yeah, so those are both 1s or 2s if that's helpful. Zero, 1 here, 0, 1 here. like 2 or 3 overall event. 1 or 2 amongst that. Like, that's all really close. That's a big section to be a 2 or 3. Like, this whole section here's a 1 or 2, and who cares? But if I do it on this section, it's a 1, 2, or 3. Because it doesn't have the 2 capping it anymore. I guess there is the backwards diagonal here, so technically this is a 0, 1 amongst those 2. Yeah. That's not something I want to care about, and I don't think I care about. Alright, I'm looking at chat. You look at it Arax, yeah, so we probably got the right track. Oh, so you said this becomes safe from this, and then you think the garbage information's helpful, huh? But I already put it in the dumpster. But all 3 of these could be mines, and this could still be a mine here, right? Greetings, why about it? Oh, sure. Yes. It's awfully close to gas and shack territory. I don't know. I'll take it. Question mark. Take that. Does that make this 3 any cleaner now? Like, this is now just a 1 or 2. Instead of being awkward, but that still doesn't, yeah, that's just off of the 2 alone now, it's true. I guess I can get a 1 or 2 here. And that gives us a 0, 1 here. That seems very unlikely to be helpful. Alright, so why is this actually helpful? So, like, this is 0, 1, so this whole section here is a 2 or a 3. We only look at next to the 2, it becomes a 1 or a 2. So, like, those 3 tiles here, 1 or 2. But I can't reduce that. It means that these 3 tiles here are a 1 or a 2. And, like, those are 0 or 1 pair, but, like, that's garbage. Oh, right, that these both had to be mines because this can't be 3. Yeah, you can continue off of that line further. That is true. That's not as interesting of a line. I don't like that line. Even though we've already done step 1 of that line. But I guess I'm curious. I guess I'm curious why this is supposed to be helpful. The like 2 or 3 around this 3, or this 1 or 2 around this 2. That seems like I'm just listening to garbage noise at that point. Only, what, like 13 days or something? I don't actually know if I will be able to stream Deltarune Chapter 3 on release. But hopefully. And hopefully I can reduce the echo enough that it's okay to voice it. Those are both factors. Oh, gotcha, iBot. Okay. Fair enough. It's, you know, there's a lot of like, this is 1 or 2, this is a 2 or 3, blah, blah, like that. It can be very difficult to see exactly what is being referred to. Like, I try, but there's only so much that can be done without grinding to a halt. All right, do I just use our guess and checked information? Or do I keep looking for something else? It's only a one-step guess and check. It's not the most objectionable. Hello, Shinigami. All right, so mouse, please. This is exactly 2, so these are both exactly 1, so this is a 1, so that's a mine. So this is safe. Is there only 6 reds left? Oh no, there's 2 over here. There's 2 over here. Okay. Let's clean up all that. So that's a 1 or 2, and that's a 1 or 2, so that's a 0 or 1 now. That's a 2 or 3, so this is a 1 or 2. And that's a 0 or 1, but we already know that's a 1, it's at least a 1, so yeah, okay, so that means this is a mine, means this is a 1, means this is safe. There's 1 here, there's a 1 here. I believe that's correct, right? Yeah, because there can only be 1 amongst those. And there has to be 1 here. So there has to be 1 here, so this is safe. Okay, we gotta clean this up again, I think. So I don't have too much mismatching, stacking information here. Though it could be, oh wait, let's see, 1, 2, 3, right, so yeah, this is 1 amongst those 2, yeah. Which means this is a mine, right? So we got 1 here and 1 here. This is safe. Oh, this is just exactly 2, because the 2 doesn't have any backwards off of it anymore. So we got 1 here, we got 1 here, and 2 here, so this is safe. Keep shooting our little barrels out of our Lego cannon at this wall. Eventually it'll crumble. Yeah, there's definitely stuff that's in that borderline I bought where it's since it's kind of just a one step, like I basically think of it as like a 1 or 2 step guess and check where it's not really doing the whole like it's close enough to the direct logic that it can be kind of inferred rather than directly guessing and checking, even though it works basically the same. If that kind of makes sense. It's different than like, okay, I'm doing this, I'm assuming this is a mine, and then that means this, and that means this, and that means this, and that means that, and that means that. It's basically just 1 or 2 steps of that, and it's enough to kind of potentially do automatically. But I think it's technically still the same deduction. But I could be wrong also. But that's how I've been thinking of it anyway. And to be clear, it being the same deduction but only being 1 or 2 steps deep does make it significantly less objectionable to me. Oh, we can also divide the yellows this way, but I think that doesn't matter when this is a question mark. And solving anything else down here is not going to progress up here, probably, unless it gives us an orange count. It seems... it's almost plausible. So it's not strictly true that we have other progress up here without solving this, but... And I guess the reverse could be true too. The mine totals update too, yeah, even without countdown mode, I think those update. I think. Although by default it doesn't actually show the count for the grays, I think, or there's some default there that's a little different, but... Oh yeah, that is true. The 3 does just cover the oranges here, so yeah, there's 5 up here. Although that might be good enough to look at. Maybe you have to combine it with red, and then the fact that overlaps with gray and stuff probably doesn't work, but... Yeah, like... So there's 3 amongst these 5. And I guess, yeah, this is isolated, so this is ultimately solved with the gray or red counts. Oh, which means... Does that mean both of these red have to be mines? Because I already know that all 6 reds up here can't be mines because this is a 1. The fact we could still technically solve it with gray maybe means that's not strictly true. But like if our information is just that the one red, like it seems super likely that they're both reds have to be mines here, but well, the reason it would be forcing it, Rufus, is because we need it to be forced to solve the bottom right, and it's only solved if it's 0 or 2 of the reds. So it can't be just one of the reds, unless it also accounts for gray. I'm trying to remember, like, the puzzles may never technically use gray as a requirement. So if they never technically use grays as a requirement, then I think they both have to be mines. Yeah, exactly. The puzzle has to be solvable. Yep. Very rarely, Shinigami. It's like doing that sort of meta solve is never required, but it's fun. It's fun to do meta solves. I'm just trying to decide if I think that actually is a meta solve or not. Because again, it's isolated. We don't have any row or column numbers, so it's strictly requiring either the gray number or the red number total to be able to solve the bottom right. Oh yeah, no, it's not necessarily even a helpful meta solve because it well, it might help solve red up here, I guess, but looks like chat just wants me to add together red and orange, which is fair. You could do that. The meta solve is spicier, okay? Exactly, Rufus. But since it could still technically be requiring gray, and I don't know if gray is strictly unrequired, I don't feel like I can strictly call it a safe meta solve. So I guess I'll do the orange and red thing. I suppose. Alright, so we're looking for 11. And this 2 here like covers so many tiles. That's most of what we would need to eliminate right there, right? Possibly all. Let's see. So, because I'm ignoring the bottom left here, because that's already 3 for 5. So. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, that's already the 11. Okay. I suppose. That's oh, and that one too. That should all be correct. Well, sometimes you just want to watch them step up the diving board if the triple flip is just like sitting up there posturing for 15 minutes and not actually jumping somehow. So there are benefits to the unstylistic solve too, but you know. That looks correct, and I'm gonna assume we did that right. Oh, I guess I could have looked at the top right to just realize that gray is required, so the other wasn't a safe Metasol. Because like we could have also gotten here with like finding out that there's 0 grays left and therefore the grays are safe or whatever. So yeah, I don't think it was a safe Metasol. Now double checking to make sure I didn't just miss something dumb and obvious here. Right? Okay. Do I count some more? We certainly could count some more. Make Sesame Street proud in its new union status. Is it better to combine any of this? Alright, we'll stick with gray if I can. Oh, this doesn't exist. No. You're right to not understand that, because that's a mark of lies. Do I have to add everything together if I'm doing it this way? If the total of everything's still less than 20. Cool. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Okay, that's true, I thought. So once I already knew there had to be one red, both had to be red. So yeah, the logic was correct. It just technically had one extra step to cement it as correct. Okay, yes, no, you're right. Good call, good call. Well, that's like a little satisfying at least, even if it wasn't like helpful or complete. The proof was not complete. It's still little satisfying, a little bit. So one of those remaining bajillion gray tiles is of mine. Need to find a better way to count. Yeah, I can. Let's bring yellow into the picture. Let's see if this is gonna work. That left one of the yellows out, though. If I do it that way. I was gonna do this, maybe? It's some scheme that sort of made sense, and I don't know if was actually made sense. Yeah, all right. We'll stop counting and look at the normal stuff again, I suppose. But I think you can get there with a count currently. That looks like there's a way you can partition that up to make it work. It's at least very close, but it might not be. So those are 1 or 2s, but that's a 1. That's a 1. This is a 2. Like, this is a 1 or 2, and these are a 1 or 2. Getting that blurry-eyed situation a little bit here. Now get background noise. All right. Focus. Which is surprisingly hard with a background conversation. I don't know how much of that's like it's probably just a vague bit of the microphone, but it's definitely enough that I am distracted. I'm about to start counting again. How else do I want to chop this up to get us our final information here? I mean, It feels like there's enough solids that I should be able to just get it off of a standard information, but I'm not seeing it, so I guess I'm gonna start breaking things down. So that's a 1 or 2. Does that go anywhere that immediately feels unhelpful? But like, yeah, I already know this is a 1 or 2 just from the 2 alone. This 2 here. Just, yes. Goodness. Right? Yeah, the 1 here, the 1 here, the 1 here. Once we know that there's only 1 here, this has to be a mine. No, it doesn't. Nope, I'm lying. Okay, never mind. Good. No, I was just missing a diagonal again, it's fine. I'm like, how did I not see this sooner? Oh, because it was lies, that's why. Alright, fair enough. Despite everything, it's still you. No, I don't think it's like that. Just don't end up body flopping, Rufus. It can be very painful. I suppose I should actually extend that out enough, because otherwise it doesn't look like it's even in that tile. Like, oops. Those both being 1 or 2s doesn't actually mean anything, right? Because that could mean the big one's a 2 and the small one's a 1. Yeah. Mouse? Hello? We okay? Okay. Back in the day, mouse just like skipping like that was not that uncommon. Just meant you needed to clean the little roller ball. Or I guess more often the little tiny plastic rollers that the roller ball interfaced with. Early 90s optical mouse. That sounds like it was probably worse than a ball mouse at that time. I mean, I think the earliest optical mouse of some variety I had was probably late 90s, and it kind of sucked then, but maybe if it was like a good enough one early on, it might have still been better. Yeah, that certainly happens too, I bought. Yep. It's probably more likely to be a like dying battery these days than a hair. I don't know. Actually, what's more common at this point to make that sort of interface? Oh, okay. It had a custom mouse pad with it on the mirrored situation. Okay, I could see that, Rufus. Yeah, the one I had did not have a custom mouse pad. I don't think. I don't know, the way they're doing weird stuff with technology these days, just because it's wired doesn't mean the battery can't die. They'll throw a battery in it for some reason. I mostly use wired stuff. This type of low-end vertical mouse is not available in a wired version. Oh, we had a basic thing here, didn't we? That I never circled back to. Yeah, so these are both ones. That's a one. Nope. That's I keep forgetting the like. I was gonna treat this two as if it was only touching these two tiles, but the one as if it was touching all three. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Yeah, I'm just not seeing our cleanup here at all. Yeah, yellow can be vertical. Using this one here, so you can also do that. I didn't look at it too much. It didn't look very helpful when I'd looked at it earlier, but yeah, because like that doesn't go anywhere with the question mark there. Hello, Teamworm. This is like, it's so completed. I'm just still just like, Hello, Artman. No, no new levels were released, I'm afraid. Yeah, but Hexseed is a bad game, so I don't really care if it gets level packs. Hexseed, for my taste anyways, definitely quantity over quality. That was the one I brought up earlier, that the devs said adding a countdown mode would make it too easy, and then I'm like, well, then make the puzzles good. Like... Yeah, I'm just like rehashing in my mind the same little paths I've already done 2 or 3 times here. Playing all the maps in Vanilla Minesweeper. I don't even know how it handles its randomization in CD. I don't know if there's technically a seed and a limit there or not. Because there is in, like, Free Cell or something, right? Yeah, because, well, I mean, I guess there's technically just a raw limit of possibilities, but the seed limit would be much, much smaller if it existed. Still, like, way big, but, like, even on a basic grid, the number of raw possibilities is so high. Windows 3.1, there was only like 40,000 boards. But it's more random now. Gotcha. Every variant of 2x2 Minesweeper. Hit Ruel. Mhm. Greetings, Elaine McD. Yeah, I appreciate you asking it first. I was already trying to hit me and I couldn't follow their hint either. We'll just crawl over our finish line here. I'm okay with that, I think. Because I need to go to the bathroom, but I want to finish the level first. So Lynn says, that can't be mine. Oh, has to. It's a bit backwards. Yeah, I was trying to see, like, I maybe wasn't looking at the same place that iBot was, because, like, if that ends up as a 0 or 1, then I don't see how it matters, and if it's not that it would be this, but if it's that, I don't see how this leads me to that, because that's only touching the 3. Yeah, so you did the guess and check on it. I think if we count the grays, we only clear out the top Cinemia. And like we'll be able to do that anyway once we solve the bottom left. But I could go back to that. It's possible it leaves us with 1 extra gray in the bottom, which would be really helpful if so. Or 1 orange or something we could also potentially get. Thanks, Twingebot. Probably needs an OAuth token updated or something. Although sometimes it just fails, but it still works the next time or something. I could try. No, okay. It's probably the OAuth token then. Alright, well I'm counting. Didn't actually mean to leave 2 gaps there, but what is this total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 is not the right number. I need the one mine amongst these 2 or whatever, don't I? Yeah, broadly, I try to avoid doing that type of solve late. I just don't find it very fun, so I don't do the guess and check style since it's not required. So I'm looking for another route. And failing to do so, I need to find the other route, but it's there somewhere. Drawing is hard. Already don't like this routing very much. That's also 13. Yeah, I'm just using this for the non-ones. Since there was theoretically going to be more ones, but yeah, that's 3 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 is 4, or 12, not 13. Or the other way around. It's a whatever. Math is hard. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, that's 13, but we need 14. That's where it's at, yeah. Hello, maybe. That is correct. We are almost through a second full playthrough of the game, in fact. We have 2 and 1/10 levels left. But I'm failing at this 10th rather aggressively. It kind of feels like if I figure out how to count the grays correctly, I'm gonna miss or find the piece that I've been missing as a different way to count the bottom left to begin with. Like, the fact I can't find a good gray count leads me to think that, that to be true, that it's gonna just be the same sort of thing that I'm missing to solve the bottom left on its own anyway. Like, that's gotta be no good, right? Oh, that's 12 rather. That's like 2 less. Is that suddenly good? I don't think 2 less is good. I think 2 less is still bad because there's too many empty spaces up top still. Wait, did I just miss a super obvious all the corners and for some reason assumed that wouldn't work? Because that's 2, that's 5, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, there you go. But of course, doesn't leave anything open in the bottom left, so it doesn't actually help anything else. But we can clear up the top from that at least. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, okay. That does give us a smaller gray count if I can use that in the bottom left. Possibly. Like, that's 2. Three. Like, I can get these 2 or these 2 left over. Greetings, Jamie the Hoot. Is this, can I finally go back to using 1 or 2s and have it mean something? Because I know this is at least 1. So can I prove that there's at least 1 over here? Because if I can prove there's at least 1 over here, then these are both exactly 1s, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so if there's at least one here, that actually solves like everything super easily. I don't think I have that though, because this 2 is still touching this yellow tile here. Yeah, the handcrafted levels matter quite a bit, Jamie, for sure. And if you want something that's in this vein, but a little less intimidating, a little less intense, Hex Cells is a good place to start with Advanced Minesweeper. And then go into Tametsi from there. You can also do some Polymines and Polymines 2 action. There's Delete for some little bit of 3D Advanced Minesweeper. Because I miscounted. Yeah, that's definitely a reason that comes up. I have done that many a time. And the very original Hex Cells I would consider pretty optional. It's only got like 2 challenging levels, but if you just want like easier stuff kind of as an introduction. And also you can just buy the full Hex Cell series as a pack, so. I played some of the other sweeper likes. Like I played Demon Crawl and didn't like it. Dragon Sweeper was one of those itch.io only freeware sweeper likes. I've probably heard about it and have it on a list, but haven't played it. But I might be thinking of 1 or 2 other games. Like, I could just bring it up real quick and see if it's what I was thinking of. Oh, it's got its own website too, in addition to being on itch.io. Minesweeper game that requires observation. Okay, I don't actually remember if I've... I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think I've played this one. But like, yeah, we played Lizzie Crossing. Like, if you look up the word sweeper, like, I think all the sweeper likes are tagged sweeper like on the rating sheet. There's quite a few at this point. We played Innkeeper's Basement. I haven't played 12 Minesweeper variants. I haven't played Dreamsweeper. And there's a couple of other itch ones that I haven't played yet that I know of. Played Bombay, which is only kind of a sweeper like because it's more about programming, and I didn't like it as much, but it was okay. Certainly, once I realize what I've been missing at this point, it's not going. It's too long now. It's not going to be satisfying. It's just going to be like, oh, that's where we're heading. Especially when multiple people have tried to hint and I have failed to pick up on those hints. I blame my bladder, which is currently very upset. Can I do a count that excludes one orange tile or something? So that's something that ends up making any amount of sense here. That's 2 orange tiles, so that's less promising. There's still 11 here. The colors are the only thing they matter for is the count in the top right of how many mines are remaining in those colors. Otherwise, it's just aesthetic. Alright, so there's 2 there. One, two, three, four, 5, 8. To do this, I mean, if I can count 10 with only 1 tile remaining, that locks in 1. That's starting to resemble the guess and check path, huh? But. Although it actually would work if like 2 were open, that would potentially solve things too. Like if I had just these 2 left or something, that could still work. So we're always either doing the corner 2 or leaving the bottom right tile empty. Yeah, like this is already a known 1 or 2. If we could make it an exactly 1, that would be nice. Or if I could make this an exactly 1, that would be great too. Do something else with that. I can make it so that there has to be 3 amongst these. It's not super helpful. Do those two have to be mines now? Oh no, there's two empty here, not just one. Dagnabbit. I was like, I don't. It didn't feel like it was correct, but then, no. If I simply click on a yellow, we will know the answer. It's a true statement. No lie detected. That's 6, 8. But that, well, yeah, of course that's it. We've covered all the tiles. I didn't leave one. Congratulations. 8 does in fact equal 8. Good, good math. Good math. What's this like? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the wrong number. Counting is hard. Alright, well, clearly impossible. There's only been like 15 people in chat that have had this solved for half an hour. That's okay. We got some strings now in the music. But the spot where it's like, well, clearly I should have just taken a short break and got to the bathroom half an hour ago. But now it feels like I'm not supposed to do that, but it's still... I guess I should either do that or I should, like, take, I guess, a check solve and just give up, basically. Alright, I'm gonna take a very quick break. It'll be like 2 minutes or whatever. We'll be right back. No, no ads. Breaks too short. My bladder was correct to complain though. Okay. I don't know if that was enough of a break to refresh how I'm going to be looking at the level though, because how I've been looking at it obviously has not been going very well for me. Let's bring some non-solid numbers into this, because solid numbers have been doing crap all for me for like half an hour here. So where's some weasel numbers for me? Blast the weasel numbers with the powers of trumpets. And then this is 0, 1. We already knew that. Like this is a 0 or 1. So this is a 1 or 2. Don't think that's very helpful. Hello, Kippa. Oh, dagnabbit. There we go. Well, good thing I didn't decide like, oh, chat's just gonna give me hints. I'll just stare at the game until we get the solve. Greetings, your step. Don't worry, I didn't solve anything. Alright, so this is 0, 1, this is 1 or 2. So any subset of this is 0, 1, which I don't think is helpful for anything. That's 0, 1, that's 0, 1, this is 1 or 2, all of this we already know. Not helpful. You can't prove that, good on. So I need to like make this say it's a 0 or 1, or make this say it's a 1 or 2, or make this say it's a 0 or 1. Need to do something like that to make any progress in this direction. Like this here is a 1 or 2 because this is just a 1. So this whole section is a 2 or 3, so subsections of 1 or 2. I mean, based on that, like the eventual solve there would be hoping to make this one in the top right a mine, and that wouldn't help us solve anything else. Although, no, it might open up some of the other counts. Some of the other count stuff we were doing earlier. I mean, the yellow is like, there's 1 here, or 1 here, or 1 here, or 1 here, so any of the vertical or horizontal pairs. But that doesn't probably tie into what we're currently doing. Mhm. It has to be. Well, yeah, no, it does. Yes, it does have to be checkerboard. You could also pair them diagonally if that would be helpful for any reason. Yeah. Well, I mean, since the pity is abolished, you round that down at 0 cents, Cathartic. I'm sorry. None of this does anything. $13 coin. Definitely the most useful thing you could have. I mean, I guess, yeah, at that point you just a rounded up piece of A. Yeah, I've been keeping that in mind amongst other things, Samas. Wait. Is this the simple way to do things if I'm, like, not trying to look at everything at once? Or, I guess that should be that color. There we go. No, this still doesn't. It still has the same problem, right? Yeah, because this is 4. So there's 2 amongst this over here, and there's at least one up here, and at most one down here, but that's still true. Yeah, but none of that changes here. Playlist, it was like over an hour ago when we were talking about Obra Dinn. You're a little bit late. Why does this help? It's really hard to care that one of these two grays is a mine. Oh, wait. There's the... No. That still touches a yellow. If I'm using this 3 up here. And then it all falls apart again. Never mind. So you get 3 confirmed impossible. Again. So I was supposed to solve it faster than I did the first time, but at this point I don't think that's true. And that's with some assistance. Hello, Hive. Well, and Bitcoin's a bad one. Bitcoin doesn't do its job very well. Bitcoin sucks if people are actually using it in large amounts. Definitely an example of first to the front in popularity, not meaning it's good. Yeah, if the job is to convince people it has value, Bitcoin has done the best of that. But yeah, I like just the Bitcoin I had was like from way back, but it was very small amounts. So like I had used some to buy humble bundles way back in the day, and just had like a tiny amount left over. And then when it blew up, that tiny amount was worth about $100. So I just sold it to a friend, basically. And what really struck me at that point was that it's like, this costs me more to send to someone than like a PayPal transaction. It's like it's less convenient and more expensive to send this money to someone else than just using like PayPal or the others, Venmo or whatever, right? Like, because it's not strictly a transaction fee, but Noah, like the blockchain won't ever process your transaction to make it valid if there isn't what's gas. Is that what? Like I haven't really messed with it much. I think that was the term to actually incentivize anyone to process the transactions. Yep, fairly similar to losing your Bitcoin wallet, Hive, but yeah, PayPal. I'm not like saying PayPal as a corporation is good. They are not, but it still felt very weird that it actually cost more money to just do a transaction with Bitcoin than using existing frameworks, because that seemed like something it was supposed to be good at, but it's not if anybody's actually using it. Other crypto handles that better, I think, but again, I don't know the details well enough to have good knowledge here. Mm-hmm. What do I keep missing? As many times as I've got over this, I'm just missing one way to approach this. Other than guessing Jack. It really feels like I've looked at all the angles. Why doesn't it work? Okay, Mouse is not entirely dead. That's somewhat comforting, at least. For yeah, but if once I did that, I can't cover all of these and only these, huh? Like I can do this again, but we've already looked at that. That means that we still have 1 or 2 here and 0 or 1 there. Those are both still satisfied, so. Like, am I accidentally, repeatedly shortcutting past the answer with an assumption? It's hard to like keep moving forward and like trying things when it feels like you've tried everything twice already. Or often more than twice. Many of these we've tried like 5 times. Oh no. So like this is a 1 or 2. Don't think we care, but we haven't looked at that much. Oh, wait. That's the basic thing that, like, this is good, right? So yeah, any of these 2 next to this 3 are 1 or 2s, right? And once that's a 1 or 2, this is a 0 or 1, which means it has to be a 1. I basically did this and just like didn't earlier, right? I mean, I know I at least did the 1 or 2 here, and then decided like the 0 or 1 doesn't matter and just stopped is probably something I did. All right, so that's a 1, that's a 1, so that's a mine. I thought I was just gonna keep clicking, but apparently I need to at least do something else here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh right, we know this is a mine. Yeah, if I just remembered previous deductions, we could have kept clicking. And then we count Grizz in some fashion. Yeah. Huzzah! Collect the wave function, go back 35 minutes. It'd be pretty OP strat. But no guess and check method was required. The legacy cannonball, cannon Lego, yes, exactly. Just flick at it enough times. It'll fall over someday. Okay. Now I'm kind of curious to like go back to the mods of our first playthrough and see how monstrous Circuit 3 was to us at that point. But okay, there we go. That was like I bought directly into that like 40 minutes ago. I want to say. And like, I first tried to figure it out myself, and then it's like, okay, I'll read what Ibon said and shit, and then looked at it again, didn't understand what they meant, even though they basically said to do what I just did. And then we spent another half an hour twiddling our thumbs. Yeah, Jamie, that's optional, but it's great once you get used to it. Yeah, the countdown mode feature there. Definitely people that are used to Minesweeper first see that and they're like, this is confusing or whatever, but it makes it much more obvious, like certain patterns and basic solves and stuff. And I just really find it annoying rather than fun to find like, oh, there was a place over here that was basically a 0 that had no mines next to it anymore, but I just didn't know because it was kind of obfuscated there. So I never find that very interesting, and this kind of removes that aspect, so it just lets me focus on kind of the more interesting and challenging solves and stuff. But okay. I guess we're done with that. And by that I mean the stream for this afternoon. But yeah, thanks for joining me as I bash my head against a wall repeatedly. And I mean, earlier this stream I did some more clever and quick solving. But yeah. But hope everyone had a comfy time. We'll catch you next time when whenever that is. I don't know. Just depends on when we find time in the madness as it is. As we slowly trod forward and work on pre-approvals and figuring out housing situations and all of that madness. But, yeah. Join the Discord if you maybe want to be notified if I got ideas of when streams are coming up. This one was had no notification, so it's not guaranteed to help, but it might. And no. We'll send you over to what, Jim? Yeah, I'll send you over to Jim. Seems good. Jim's checking out the recently released Monster Train 2. Which, I mean, I guess if I wanted to care about viewer count or something, that was probably what I was supposed to stream today. But we'll probably stream it at some point. Thanks for watching. Catch you next time, folks.
so I can play Just Causes for free. Just Causes for free. Yo, what's up, Dark Twins? You missed